Jangan nanti kerja deh, Pak. Terus sensurada namain, sandal namain, ini hemat kan? Kata emang itu. Bilang gitu. Tapi nanti kan, kalau Mandi hari itu akhirnya dia ada sandal namain sate kerja tiap lagi. Selalu namain mahir, kasih sampai sampai kali lagi. Bulan kali kemarin naik ke mana satu aku bulan kali. Mana kan nanti kan? Sentral ini naik sampai ke oh, kok sentral nanti ya pandangan kilometer mau jadi kita kerja lain ya. Sampai nanti sentral video karena nanti ada kan kayak lagi ini dari dalam ini macam proses dan tidak ada terkait dari kelanjutan yang mengenal diri katanya yang ini pernah dari ini sama ini kok kita belajar ini tadi saja lah video ini saja tak mau apa ini ada ini dia dia ke ini ulah ada air terminal oh maksud air terminal ini penting ini nah itu pas pada yang air kalau yang nanti ini air itu kan apa yang ada ada bikin problemnya pada ada pegang ikin beberapa kalau gini namanya Yoshan, good evening. Yoshan, bawa kita 10 dahan lagi ti.
මට මතක නෑ නම දැක්ක කියලා. සඳලි. good evening සඳලි. ඇරුණා. දුලක්ෂ මදුෂා good evening. දුලක්ෂ දැන් මොකෝ සිංහල අවුරුද්දට කරන්නේ? ගම යනවා නේද? කනමුක් ටිකින් යනවා. දන්නේම නැතුව අවුරුද්දක් ළඟටම ඇවිල්ලානේ නේද? විමුතු good evening. ඒයිද දන්නේ නැහැ නේ. මම මේ කල්පනා කරන්නේ ආයි ඊළඟ සඳහා වැටෙන්නේ 12 නේ ළමයි. ඔයගොල්ලන්ට 12 නිවාඩු දෙනවද 19 නිවාඩු දෙනවද? අවුරුද්දට කලින් දවසද පස්සේ? කලින් නිවාඩු දුන්නොත් මට හොඳයි මම හිතන්නේ පස්සේ නිවාඩු දුන්නොත් ඔයගොල්ලන්ට. කොහොමද කැමති? 12 වෙනිදා දෙන නිවාඩු ඕනේ 19ද? Before the new year or after the new year? ඔය කියන සම්දලි. කවුද ඉන්නේ? යශාන්ගේ ගම නම් පයින් යනකොනේ. Twelfth or 19th? Give a holiday. 19th. School පටන් ගන්නවා. එහෙමද? දැන් තුන මාසෙක ස්කෝල් දායි. ඒත් අපි තිමු. 12th. What about the others? You want it on 12th? Not 19th? Anyway, after the new year, we will work with some different plan, right? I'm planning to have the class Tuesday and Monday. භාගයක් මෙතන Tuesday class එක සාමාන්‍ය තිබුණු දා වෙලාවට පටන් ගන්න. භාගයක් මෙතන තියාගෙන අනිත් භාගේ Monday class එක ළමයි online තියාගෙන කරන්නයි. ඊව කරන්න පුළුවන්. Saturday නේ. Sorry, not Tuesday, Saturday class එක මේ භාගයක් මෙතන class එකෙන් භාගයනේ දාන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කට්ටිය වැඩිනේ. ඒ කට්ටිය මෙතන තියාගෙන භාගයක් තියාගෙන class එක කරන්නයි. අනිත් කට්ටිය online තියාගන්නයි. ඊට පස්සේ අද කවුද Monday මේ වෙලාවට හරි 6ට හරි පන්තිය පටන් අරන්. එතකොට ආයි පැය දෙකක් විතර applied maths කරන්න. එතකොට Monday ළමයි ටික Monday ළමයි ගොඩක් හිටියේ නැහැ නේ. ඔයා නෙමෙයි Monday ආනේ. කවුද Monday ආපු ළමයි ඉන්නේ? සත්‍යකාවේ Mondayද? How many were there? Saturday. In the Monday class, I don't remember now. After 1 year. How many were there in the Monday class? Not 10, 12, I remember. ඒ වුණොත් අපි Monday class එකේ ඔක්කොම ළමයි 6 දෙනෙක් වගේ කනක් ගෙන්න ගමු. Saturday class එක සතියෙන් සතිය මාරුවට ගෙන්න ගමු. Online භාගයක් මෙතනදී online class එක වෙනදා වගේ මෙහෙම කරනවා. මෙහෙම කරනවට වඩා මම හිතන් ඉන්නේ මේ ඊට පස්සේ අර Google Meet දාලා වීඩියෝ එක කරන්න. ඊට පස්සේ YouTube දාන්නේ මම මේ Google මේ drive එකට දාලා ඔයගොල්ලන්ට link එක දාන්න. ඉවරුණාම එතකොට මේ group නම් මගේ මොනවාද මේවා වීඩියෝස් පිළිලා දෙන්නේ. මෙච්චර කල්ලා දී කියලා හිතුවේ නෑනේ මාස 3-4ක් කියලා හිතන්නේ පටන් ගත්තේ ගිය අවුරුද්දේ. මොනවාද මේක YouTube එකේ වීඩියෝස් පිළිලා ඒවා අයින් කරන්නත් බෑ අයින් කරන්න හොඳ නෑ YouTube එකේ වීඩියෝ එක කේස් වල. ඊට පස්සේ Google Drive එකට දාලා ඔයගොල්ලන්ට දවස් සතියක් දවස් 10ක් දෙන්න කැමති කෙනෙක්ට ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කරගන්න. ඒත් ක්ලාස් එක අපි යන්නේ මේ Meet එකක් විදියට. ගෙදර ඉන්න අයටත් මේ මීටින් එකට එන්න පුළුවන්. හරි. එහෙම ප්ලෑන් එකක් තියෙනවා. මම ඔයගොල්ලෝගේ දෙමාපියන් එක්ක කතා කරලා ඔක පිළිවෙලක් කරගන්නවා. මේ 11 අද කාලේ 11 වෙනිදා රැයට දාගන්න පුළුවන් නේ මීටින් එක. පේරන්ට්ස්ලත් එක්ක ඔය වැඩේ සාකච්ඡා කරගන්න නේ. රැයට පිළිගත එහෙමනොත් රැයට විතර මීටින් එක දාගමු මම ඔයගොල්ලන්ට දැනුම් දෙන්නම්. අවුරුද්දෙන් පස්සේ කට්ටිය යන්න අමාරුයි තාත්තලා එන්නේ. Okay, now we are proceeding with trigonometry today. Back to our lesson, trigonometry. Say after some months, 6 months around. මට ගත්තලා ඇති ඔයගොල්ලන් දෙවන්නේ. Then you to brush up things. I like saying test paper also. Anyway, the very basic things we'll see if you remember. The first, the sign of trigonometric functions upon the quadrants. You remember the rule? The first quadrant, second quadrant, third quadrant, the fourth quadrant. What about the sign in the first quadrant? මතක තියන්න දෙයක් කිව්වනේ. You can write A, S, P, C. Here, all are positive. In this sign only positive. So cos and tan are negative. In this, only tan is positive. Sin and cos are negative. In the fourth one, only cos is positive. The other two, sin and tan are negative. එහෙමනේ කටපාඩම් කරේ. That's the first thing. දැන් මෙතන මාරුවට ගෙන්නනකොට මම බෝඩ් එකට ගන්නවා. මෙයා මතකද බලනවා. හරි. ඒක කරනවා YouTube එකට දාන්නත් හොඳ නැහැ. ඒ නිසා Google Drive එකට දාන්න. එතකොට ක්ලාස් එකේ නම් විතරක් දාගන්න. සෙල්ලම් බෑ. කොරෝනා තියා එන ගහලා ගියත් අපේ වැඩේ කෙල්ල තියෙනවා. හොඳේ. මෙයා පාඩම් තියෙනවනේ පාඩමෙන් තියෙනවනේ පිටට තියෙනවනේ. අපි අපේ වැඩ කරගන්න ඕන ළමයි. ඔයගොල්ලෝගේ අනාගතේ තව අවුරුද්දක් දෙකක් යනකොට මේ කොරෝනා ඒවා මිනිස්සුන්ට අවද වෙලා තියෙයි. අපේ රටේ උන්ට කොහොමද හම්බෙනවනේ. එතකොට ඔයගොල්ලෝගේ වැඩ කරලා තිබුණ නැත්තම් මුළු අනාගතේටම පාඩුයි. එහෙම වෙන්න තියන්න බෑ. Then symmetric properties. Symmetric properties, sin, cos, tan, minus theta, phi minus theta, phi plus theta, pi by 2 minus theta, pi by 2 plus theta, then 2 pi minus theta, 2 pi plus theta, finally. Here, sine of minus theta is minus sine theta. Cos of minus theta, it doesn't change. It is cos theta. Tan of minus theta, you can divide these two and get the result minus tan theta, right? Similarly, sine of pi minus theta, still sine theta, cos of pi minus theta. So it matches this, right? Plus the other two are negative in this. Here also the result going with that, right? Cos of minus pi minus theta is minus cos theta. Tan of pi minus theta is minus tan theta. In the now when it is pi plus theta, it is somewhat going with this. Tan is plus, the other two are minus. Here, same. Sin pi plus theta is minus sin theta. Cos pi plus theta is minus cos theta. Tan pi plus theta, you can divide these two. That will be tan theta. Right? Then pi by 2 minus theta. Sine of pi by 2 minus theta is cos theta. Cos of pi by 2 minus theta is sin theta. Tan of pi by 2 minus theta is cos theta. මතක නැහැ නේද? කට්ටියට. පොඩි පණිඩයක් කරන ඉන්න අයට මේ හිටපු ගමන් මේක දරස් කාලා මේ ස්ට්‍රීම් එක නැවතුනොත් විනාඩි 5ක් වගේ යනකොට මම ආයෙ දානවා මේ පොඩි අවුලක් තියෙනවා. ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එක මම තප්පරයකට කියලා ගිහිල්ලා යනවා සමහරවිට. ඒ තප්පරේ ඇති ලයිව් ස්ට්‍රීම් එක මේ YouTube එක ටක් ගාලා සම්පූර්ණයෙන් යනවා. අලුතෙන් ඉඳන්ම පටන් ගන්නවා මේ. ඕවත් හේතු මම මේකට මාරු වෙන්නේ. අපි Google Meet එකට හරි Zoom එකට හරි මාරුනොත් ඒ ප්‍රශ්නේ නෑ. මේ තප්පර ගන්නකොට වගේ ගිහිල්ලා ආයෙ ආවත් ඒක තිබුණ විදිහටම එතනින් පටන් ගන්න යනවා. මේකේම නෙමෙයි සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම නැතුව ගිහිල්ලා අලුතෙන් මුලින් ඉඳන් ස්ලයිඩ් දාලා මේ ස්ට්‍රීම් එක හදලා ඔක්කොම කරලා ගන්න වෙනවා. ඒකට ටෙක්නීෂියන්ලත් ඕනේ. Sin of pi plus pi 2 plus theta is cos theta. Cos of pi by 2 plus theta is minus sin theta. මේ මතක තියනවා හරි? Minus sin theta. Tan of pi by 2 plus theta you get by dividing these two. That will be minus cot theta. Then 2 pi minus theta, if you remember, minus theta and 2 pi minus theta. This is 2 pi minus theta. Two pi minus theta, it's here. So this is 2 pi minus theta. So theta and minus theta and 2 pi minus theta are positions at the same place. So the values of 2 pi minus theta for sine, cos, tan, and for everything should be as same as minus theta. So it's like the same as, things are the same as what you're seeing here in this column. So sine of 2 pi minus theta is minus sine theta. Cos of 2 pi minus theta is cos theta. Tan of 2 pi minus theta is minus tan theta. Right? Then 2 pi theta and 2 pi plus theta. Theta 2 pi plus theta at the same position. So this is 2 pi plus theta. So sine, cos, tan or any value, it will not differ to the value at theta. You get the same. So sine of 2 pi plus theta is same as sine theta. Here cos of 2 pi plus theta is as same as cos theta, and for tan 2 pi plus theta is tan theta. Right? Or then we go to formula. Trigonometry formula. අපි බොහොම ලස්සනට පිළිවෙලට වැඩේ කරගෙන ආවේ. ආයෙත් මොකද කොරෝනා ප්‍රශ්නේ නේද? Right. First set, trig formula. First set is Pythagorean identities. Pythagorean identities, there are three formula. Number one is sine squared A plus cos squared A equals 1. Number two, 1 plus tan squared A equals 6 squared A. Number three, ඔයගොල්ලෝ මේවා ආයෙ පොඩ්ඩක් බ්‍රෂ් අප් කරගන්න තමයි මම ටෙස්ට් පේපර් එකක් දාලා ඇත්තේ. මට දෙන්න ඊට කොහෙද උත්තරේ කරලා තිබුණේ. එක්කෙනෙක් මෙතන ඉන්නවා. ආගෙන දුන්නා. තව කවුද එක්කෙනෙක්? අදුල්දී. මෙනුරනේ මෙනුර ටීචර්. ඔව් අදුල්දී යාගෙන අල්ල දුන්නා. ඕ අනිත් අය ටෙස්ට් පේපර් එක දැක්කේ නැහැ වගේ අහලා බලාගත්තද? කල්ලා එවන්න ඕනේ. මට මේ පොඩි අදහසක් තියෙනවා ඕකලොන් දේවල් මතක තියෙනවා කියලා පාඩම ඉස්සරහට කරගෙන යන්න. මේක ගොඩාක් දේවල් තියෙනවා ළමයි මේ පාඩම ඉගෙන ගන්න. හරි. මම ටිකක් මගේ ඇරයට හිටියෙත් ඒකයි මේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ ගෙන්නගෙන ගන්න. දැන් ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. අද මෙහෙම කරාම දැන් කියන දේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ 12 වෙනිදා නෙමෙයි නඩුවනේ. 11 සතියේ නඩු 19 ඉඳන් පන්ති පටන් ගන්නකොට 19 ඉඳන් පන්ති පටන් ගන්නකොට ඒ සතිය ඉඳගෙන මේ කට්ටිය භාග ගෙන්නලා එහෙම කරමු 19 නම් සංගදාස් වෙලා මම කොහොම ගෙන්න ගන්නවා සෙන්සුරාදට දෙකට කඩලා ගෙන්නනවා එතකොට කොහොමත් සාමාන්‍ය විදිහට කරගෙන යමු ඊට පස්සේ 1 plus tan squared A equals 6 squared A and 1 plus cos squared A. Formula number 3 equals cos x squared A. Right? Then we went to the next set of formula. The formula for addition and subtraction, difference of angles. We have several formula for this. Sine of A plus B equals addition of two angles in sine. The formula is sine A cos B plus cos A sine B. Sine of A minus B is equal to sine A cos B minus AX minus cos A sine B. Then cos A plus B is equal to cos A cos B. Here it is for cos A plus B. It's minus in the middle. Minus sine A sine B. Cos of A minus B is equal to cos A cos B plus, when it is minus here, for cos you change the sign, right? Plus sine A sine B. Then tan of A plus B equals, when it is plus in the middle, on top tan A plus tan B will be divided by 1 minus tan A tan B. Now can we take any? Yeah, it's a matter of the I rank out the healing her level. So another tan A plus B කියලා කියාගෙන කියන යන පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕන. එහෙම නැතුව කමෙන්ට්ස් පේපර් එකට පුලායට යන්න බැරි වෙයි. හැමතැනම මේවා තියෙනවා. Then tan A minus B equals the signs will change in the middle in both the numerator and the denominator. For this, then it will be tan A minus tan B over 1 plus tan A tan B, right? Then we go to the multiple angle formula. The next set is multiple angle formula. What numbers are again? Number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The next set of formula is for formula for multiple angles. Formula for multiple angles. Sin 2a formula is 2 sin a cos a. This is formula number 9. Then for cos 2a we have three formula. Three formula. It is equal to cos squared a minus sin squared a, right? And if you want it in only cos, you don't need sin b there. So we have an option. We can write it this as, you can get rid of sin squared a, you can use this to express sin squared a by cos. So that will give 2 cos squared a minus 1, formula number 11. Or if you want it in sin only, still you can do it. This can be, cos 2a can be written in sin only as 1 minus 2 sin squared a, formula number 12. Then tan 2a formula, is 2 tan a over 1 minus tan squared a. Similarly, we have formula for sin 3a, cos 3a and tan 3a. එක්කෙනෙක්ට නම් ඒව අමතක වෙලත් තිබුණනේ. ඒවත් උගන්නලා ඇත්තේ. Sin 3a is equal to express 3a in a. 3a in a is the formula for sine. 3 sin a minus 4 cos plus 4 sin cube a. Then the formula for මොනවානේ මම ගන්නවා. Number කරනවා. මෙතන. This is number 9. Number 9 is here. This should be number 10. Number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, now 16. 16 is for cos 3a. Cos 3a formula is make a mathematical 4 cos cube a minus 3 cos a. That's the formula for cos 3a. Then 17, it's for tan 3a. Tan 3a formula is 3 tan a minus tan cube a over 1 minus 3 tan square a. Right? 3 tan a minus tan cube a over 1 minus 3 tan square a. So we did up to the formula number 17. මතකයිනේ දැන් මේ මාස ගානකට කලින් මේ වගේ ඒවා දැක්ක කියලා. ඔය තියෙනවද මතකේ? නැත්නම් මේ අදම දැක්කා වගේ එහෙමද මතක් වෙන්නේ? And there's another thing. We said this set of formula from 10 to 17 you can use for other angles also. How we adjust these things to apply for other angles. අපි එහෙම අන්තිමට කතා කරලා ඇති. kita බලමු මොනවද අපි කරලා තින්නේ. පාස්ටි එක ගන්න ප්‍රූෆ්ස් කරන්නේ. මේ ගණන් හදලා තියෙනවා නේ. ඒක සමහරවිට copy this from the angles. And how to apply this formula for other angles, right? Uh, Example, let me have a formula numbers 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. අපි අන්තිමට මේවනේ කර කර ඉන්නේ. අන්න මේ ටික ආයෙත් උඩ මතක් කරන්න. So if you are using this formula, right, to express a by 10, you want to express sine 4a. You using this formula, you want to express sine 4a. That will be equal to that's 2 also. Well, this angle A will be replaced by this is that's 2a, 2 times some angle. If you want to write this in that form, 2 times it will be 2a. So A will in that formula, A will be replaced by 2a. That's the only difference. මේ උගන්නලා තියෙන මම ආයෙ මතක් කිරීමක් කරන්නේ. So it will be equal to then 2 using this formula. A will be replaced by අරක match කරාම in the place of A we have 2a here. Right? We make an equation sine 2 times 2a. So this will be written as 2 sine 2a cos 2a. So using this formula, if we express sine 8a, then it will be equal to 2 sine 4a cos 4a. If you want to express sine a, that will be equal to then 2 sine, the angle will be here it is the half of this angle, here it is the half of this angle. So in that sense, this will be half of that angle, sine a over 2 cos of a over 2. Using this formula, you can express sine a as 2 sine a over 2 cos a over 2. Then using formula 11, if you write cos of 4a, that will be equal to cos squared, and half of this here, half of this angle appears here, it will be cos squared 2a minus sine squared 2a. Similarly, if you want to express cos a using this, we didn't do multiple angles. Tisangi. Tisangi Monday, there was Saturday class again. Chanuti also. It's a problem then. Chanuti Tisangi, you are in Tuesday, Saturday class, aren't you? Not Monday. I don't remember. Then I was talking about it. Something. Yeah, give me a minute. Monday class එකේ තිසඟි ඔයගොල්ලෝ Monday class එකේද මට ඒවත් අමතක වෙලා. හරි මෙහෙම කරමු ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. Saturday ආයත තායි ටික අහගෙන හිටියට පාඩුවක් නැහැ නේද? මම මෙහෙම කරන්න. අපි මේක කරගෙන යන්න ආයි. හරි very sorry my dear. PSRNI. Right. Yeah, PSRNI Sandali, that's in Tuesday class. Then Tisangi and Geetma, they are saying it's about Monday class. බොහෝ විට මේ දඩස් කාලා මොනවද මේ කර්ෆියු වැටලා පන්තිය නැවතුනේ ටියුස්ඩේ ක්ලාස් එකේ පාඩම කරලා මන්ඩේ ක්ලාස් එකේ පාඩම කරන්න කලින් වෙන්නේ නැති most probably. ඒ මැදදී බ්‍රේක් වුණා වෙන්නේ නැතිනේ. ඉරිදා දවසක කොහෙද තමයි මොනාරි ඉරිදා දවසකනේ එකපාරට කර්ෆියු වැටුනේ. Yeah, that has to be the case. No problem. Somebody yeah. එහෙනම් somebody කවුද PSRNI Saturday class එකේ ළමයි ආයිසරයක් කවන්න නැහැ නේ පාඩම මම ඒ ටික කියලා දෙන්නම් අද. ඔයගොල්ලන් පාඩුවක් වෙන්නේ අමතක කරලා නැත්තේ. එහෙනම් මෙහෙම කරමු. දැනට මෙහෙම කරමු. දැනට අපි proofs ටන් කරගෙන යනවා. Saturday class එක ළමයින්ට ඕනනම් මේ නිකන් කඩදාසි ටිකක් ගන්න. proof ටික පොතේ කරලා තියෙන නිසා. මට ඕන නැත්තම් පොතේ ලියනවා නම් මට ඒත් කමක් නැහැ. දෙවිට සැරේටත් proofs ලියවම නේද? තව 10කින් විතර පොත බැලුවොත් මං කිව්වේ කොරෝනා අමතක වෙලා තියෙයි. එතකොට බලයි මේ සර්ට අපිටද මේ මට මොලේ අමාරුවක් තිබිලා තියෙන මේකම පාඩම එක proofs ටික ආයෙ කරන්න තියෙන කියලා. තව 10කින් විතර ඔයගොල්ලෝ මතක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ නිසා ඕනේ නම් වෙනම කොල ටිකක් ගන්න. හරි? proofs ටික කරගෙන යමු. Okay, thank you anyway කවුද චන්ති Tisangi for reminding that. So we will start from this. I think now you can first write down this, right? Write down this, then we will start from the proofs. Nikan Saturday class එක ළමයි නිකන් කඩදාසි ටිකක් ඕනේ නම් ගන්න. We'll do the proofs again. You first take it down and highlight them. These are very important. Yeah, first write down all the formula. Then from the Monday class here I see Tisangi, Chanuti, Sakila also. Anybody else? Monday class guys. So who else is here from Monday class other than Kisangi, Janati, and Sakshila? Kita ada join apa? I'm from the Mondays Sakshila. Yeah, I remember Sakshila. Okay, now take this down, and then I'm going to ask questions, especially from the Monday crowd, right? Because the others have done it already. Now, that's a lihat. Right. Now, answer me, Januti, especially Tisangi, Sakila. Now, I want to prove this formula, right? Now, all this formula we prove using the previous ones. Nothing new, no geometry. We are just deriving them from the previous set of formula, right? Now, will you tell me which formula from the previous formula we are going to use to prove this? Which formula? So give the formula number or just write which one? Formula के लिए हमने क्या लिया बताते थे वो give the formula number. That's sufficient. To prove this, from the previous set, which formula are we going to use to prove this? We did only then 9 formula before that. 1, 2, 3. Formula number 4, Tisandi says. Formula number 4 is for sine A plus B. Yes, correct. Can you give say one more thing? What do we do? The formula number 3 is this. Formula number 4 is this. Now, to get some expression for sine 2a. Sine 2a. Yeah. Yes, Chanuti. Formula. Then now again, I come there. This again, Chanuti. Right. Let's go. So, how to connect this with formula number 4? This formula number 4. What do you do mainly to get this from this? Yes, Sakila, Tisangi, Januti, I'm asking from you especially. අනිත් හොඳින් මතක තියෙනවා කියලා මම හිතාගෙන ඉන්නේ. What do you do mainly? Yeah, substitute A to yeah. Replace yes, Tisangi. Replace B by A. So you write this as sine of A plus A. A plus A, then replace B by A. Yeah, you get sine A, B by A, cos A plus cos A, again B by A, sine A. So it looks like sine A cos A plus again sine A cos A, altogether 2 sine A cos A. Yeah, that's a proof. 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 This is formula number 4. Uh, so here is the proof of formula number 10. Formula number 10, proof of this is the proof. අනිත් පැත්ත හරි. ඔන්න දැන් මේ ටික හරි. දැන් මෙතන මම කරගෙන proof up to 14 very quickly. තට්ටපට ගාලා කරගෙන යන්න. හරි. කම්මැලි වෙන්න බෑ. කොරෝනා තේ මොනවද දුන්නත් කම්මැලි වෙන්න බෑ. You have to be in this. Again, benar-benar. Is the proof of number 11 and 12. You can start from this, proceed from here, right? In the 12th we see only cos, no sine, so you want to get rid of sine or replace sine squared by cos squared. Use the first formula. I'll give you cos square A minus, this will be replaced by 1 minus cos square A, that's by the first formula, Pythagorean identities. So that gives 2 cos square A minus 1. So again, if you want this in sign only, you can replace this, or we can go back to this. Uh, so I started from this, then I want this. I don't need cos square B, cos square A be there. Replace this by sine. Replace this by, use the first formula, 1 minus sine squared A minus sine squared A. So it's 1 minus 2 sine squared A. That's the proof of the 13. Then 14. Then go to tan 2A. Similarly, tan 2A will be written as tan of A plus A. And we use the formula for tan A plus B formula is tan A plus B formula is tan A plus tan B 1 minus tan A and B, replacing B by A here. So that will give tan A plus B is replaced by A over 1 minus tan A and A. So that's 2 tan A over 1 minus tan squared A. So that's formula number 14. And ඊළඟ මේ තුනක් කරගෙන 15, 16, 17 කරගෙන යන්න කම්මැලි වෙන්න එපා. Okay, let's turn to sine 3a proof. Yes, Monday, guys. How to start sine 3a formula? Proof of this is number 15. Sine 3a. How do you expect this? Sorry, how do you express this? How to express this in order to get some use of the previous things? How to start it? Sine 3a. Yeah, a plus 2a. Yes, Chanati. Sine a plus 2a. Yeah, then use the formula for sine a plus b. So that will be equal to sine a cos 2a plus cos a sine 2a. Yeah, ultimately we need everything in sine a, right? We want to break. So we first broke 3a into a and 2a. But ultimately we need to break everything into a. This 2a and this 2a. About this 2a, there's nothing much to think about because to break sine 2a, we have only one formula. For sine 2a, we have only one formula. So replace this by 2 sine a cos a. That's the only option. But what about this cos 2a? We have three options for cos 2a. So you have to decide which formula to use here. One formula for the numbers. 11, 12, 13, cos 2a. Cos 2a is cos square a minus sine square a. Number 12. Number 12 is equal to cos square a minus 1. Number 12. Number 13 is equal to 1 minus 2 sine square a. Which formula do we use here? Out of 3 for this cos 2a, ultimately we need everything in sine a. Keeping that in mind, you can decide whether 11 or 12 or 13 to use for cos 2a. Magat කියන්න ළමයි. 11, 12 or 13? Yeah, 13. Yes. Yes, Cecily. Because we need everything in sine a, we express this in sine. If you want it in only sine, cos 2a, you want in sine only, yeah, you can go to this. You want it in cos only, you can use this. You want it in cos and sine as a mixture, then you can go to that. Yeah, here it is 1 minus 2 sine squared a. Yeah, so that gives sine a minus 2 sine cube a plus 2 sine a into cos squared a. This cos squared a, again, we don't need it. We want everything in sine. So we can get rid of that also, or to replace it in sine. It's easy. There we are using the very familiar one. 1 minus sine squared a. Then මොන කරන්නේ තියෙනවනේ. Yeah, when you expand this 2 sine a plus sine a, that will be 3 sine a minus 2 sine cube a minus 2 sine cube A altogether 4 sine cube A. That's the proof. හරි ඔය විදිහට ඉතුරු දෙකක් කරන්න මම වෙලා දෙනවා ටක් ගාලා කරගෙන යන්න. Yeah. Yes Sakira. Correct. Tisangi correct. දැන් ඉතුරු දෙක ටක් ගාලා තනියම කරන්න. වේගෙන් කරගෙන යන්න ඕන. That's the proof of the formula for cos 3a. Will you carefully check the answer? Check your proof carefully. You have to check them. I mean, each line. And 3a will also be expressed as tan of 2a plus a. Then use the tan a plus b formula. So they'll give tan 2a plus tan a over 1 minus tan 2a tan a. Right? Now, very much similar to the previous two proofs, we want to break further this 2a into a. Further breaking into a, we use the previous formula. Tan 2a will be replaced by, from the previous formula, 2 tan a over 1 minus tan squared a plus tan a 1 minus, this is also replaced by 2 tan a over 1 minus tan squared a. This is like formula number negative, even negative. Tan 2a and make a 14. 14. Yeah. This is from formula number 14 into tan a. Now, best thing to simplify this, I'll multiply everything by 1 minus all the terms by 1 minus tan squared a. බලන්න මොකද වෙන්නේ කියලා. ඒක දැක්කලා. Multiplying by this, you get 2 tan a plus tan a into 1 minus tan squared a divided by, here comes 1 minus tan squared a minus, this gives 2 tan squared a. Then simplify. Let's see what you get. 2 tan a plus tan a, that will be 3 tan a minus tan squared a into tan a, that will be tan cube a divided by 1 minus tan squared a minus 2 tan squared a altogether minus 3 tan squared a. That's the proof. බලන්න ළමයි අඩුපාඩු තියෙනවා දාගන්න. Okay, shall we now go to the proper sums? Again, examples. You have to use those formula, right? Example, find the example number 1. Find the exact value of number 1. Cos pi by 12 sin pi by 8 tan pi by 8 tan pi by 8. බලන්න මම වෙලා දෙන්න. See which formula you use. Cos pi by 12 is what we need to find. But in your memory, you have not for angles like this. මතක තියෙන්නේ cos 0, cos pi by 6, cos pi by 4, cos pi by 3, cos pi by 2. ඕවනේ නේද? Or sin 0, sin pi by 6, sin pi by 4, sin pi by 12, sin pi by 6, sorry, pi by 3, pi by 4, and pi by 2. ඒවනේ. Then if you want to find the value of exact value of this, you have to connect this with something you know the value. How you going to connect? Using the formula we learned today, yeah? Yeah. Connect with the formula of cos 2a. So the formula answer, first better we write down the formula. Cos 2a equals, we have three options. We will find this. Formula, where did you? Clear killing balance. 2 cos squared a minus 1. ඒකනේ සම්බන්ධ වෙන්න ඕන නේද? We want the value of cos angle 2 cos squared a minus 1. 2a වලට දානවා මේ a ට දාමු replace a by the unknown is pi by 12. Replace a by pi by 12. So on right you get 2 cos squared a is pi by 12 minus 1. We did this because on left you get when a is pi by 12, 2a will be cos of multiplied by 2 is pi by 6. You know the value of this. So from that solving the equation, you can get the value of cos pi by 12. That's how we use the formula in this. You know the value of this, root 3 over 2. Then you take the square root. When you take the square root, it'll be plus or minus. taking the square root, it's plus or minus on the other side. Square root of 2 plus root 3 over 2. But what about plus or minus? Do we accept both the answers? Plus value and the minus value? Only plus. Reason? Why? It's only plus. Anybody? Not the second quadrant, we move to pi by 12 is in the pi by 12 is in, yes, 0 to pi by 2 is in 0 to pi by 2, everything is in first quadrant. So pi by 12 should be in the first quadrant, we move to. Type But we say pi by 12 is between 0 and pi by 2 in the first quadrant. Yeah. Therefore, cos pi by 2, 12 has to be positive. So it can't be the negative one. So that implies cos pi by 12, we take the positive root. Square root of 2 plus root 3 over 4. Over 2 rather. So over 2. That's how we right. No problem. Correct. So that's the answer, and that's how we use the formula to determine the value of cos pi by 12. ඉතුරු දෙකක් හොයන්න. දැන් මගේ උදව් නැහැ. කරගෙන යන්න. Good. Finished. Finished. Everybody. Balloon. Then to find this again, we have to use formula for cos 2a, right? But not the same. The other formula. Number 2, cos 2a equals 1 minus 2 sine squared a. So a is replaced by pi by 8. To find cos pi by 8, we replace a by pi by 8. So that gives cos of pi by 4 equals 1 minus 2 sine squared pi by 8. This we know cos pi by 4 is 1 over root 2, 1 minus 2 sine squared pi by 8. From this we solve the equation and find sine pi by 8. This will be taken to the other side. 1 minus 1 over root 2 and sine squared pi by 8 is equal to root 2 here, root 2 minus 1. Then take the square root. Sine pi by 8 is equal to plus or minus square root of 2 minus 1 over 2 root 2. Again, you get two answers, plus minus or minus. But now you have to think which one to accept, the plus value or the minus value. Again, it has to be the plus value because pi by 8 is in the first quadrant, an acute angle. But pi by 8 is an acute angle. Pi by 8, yeah, acute angle. Therefore, that implies sine. Sine of pi by 8 has to be positive. So that implies not the negative value, we will take the positive value. Ano gawin na? Ilang ikat ka lang naman. Find tan pi by 8. Pinanigipad din na. Talaga. බලමු හරිද කියලා. We have only one formula to use with this. No many options, only one. Yes, tan two-way formula, only one formula. Tan 2a equals 2 tan a over 1 minus tan squared a. So replace a by 5 by 8. That give tan of 5 by 4 on left equals 2 tan 5 by 8 divided by 1 minus tan squared a is 5 by 8. Make a little bit हमारे क्या रहता है tan 5 by 8. Shall I replace it by t? Let this be equal to t. So that then will be equal to 2t over 1 minus t squared. On left, tan pi by 4 is equal to 1. So where t equals tan pi by 8. Em lihat kan guys ini? Doctor kan? Hello. Good evening. Doctor. Oh. Come on. Two t squared equals tan pi by 8. So approximate time, rearrange it in the form of a quadratic equation. You get t squared plus 2t minus 1 equals 0. Oh, now solve this to find the value of t. Will the answer be different when we use the formula for sin 2a? Vimuthu sin 2a dala make one bane or cos sin pi by 8 point bane. You can do that because Vimuthu man dane that sin 2a equals 2 sin a cos a. If you replace a by pi by 8, you get sin pi by 4 equals 2 sin pi by 8 cos pi by 8. Yeah. I know. Right? Now look at this Vimuthu. Methoding sin pi by, you can't find sin pi by 8. Yeah, for the second one. Yeah, sin pi by 8. Okay. You can't find sin pi by 8 because cos pi by 8 is also there. Two unknowns. Using this formula, you can't find sin pi by 8. There's another unknown, right? But the way we did it using cos 2a formula, yeah, now how to find cos pi by 8? It will make it unbanned. To find cos pi by 8, you have to go to again cos 2a formula. It cos 2a formula ka dala අපි එකපාරට එවන්නේ sin pi by 8. Okay. Using the formula for cos 2a, we found sin pi by 8 at once. If you are going to use this formula, you need cos pi by 8. To find that, you have to go to again go to a cos 2a formula. Now solve this equation for t. T is equal to tan pi by 8. So it's t equals, it's a quadratic equation. Use the formula to solve this. Minus b plus or minus square root of b squared minus 4ac minus 4ac divided by 2a. So you can divide everything by 2. So it gives like t equals minus 1 plus or minus square root of 2. Minus 1 plus or minus square root of 2. You get two answers. One with minus, one with plus. But can it be the case with minus? No. Again, when you take minus here, this also minus. This also negative. So you take a negative value as a whole. This is negative, this is negative. But it can't be because is tan pi by 8. Pi by 8 is in the first quadrant and acute angle. Therefore, this has to be positive. So we can reject the negative one. But pi by 8 is in the first quadrant. That implies tan of pi by 8 is greater than 0. So implies tan pi by 8. It has to be the plus one. Minus 1 plus root 2. Or root 2 minus 1. That's the answer. අපිට අගාලා මේ පොඩි ගානක් දෙයක් හදමු මට ඒකට හොම්වර්ක් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. පොඩි ගානක් දෙයක් අගාලා හදමු අද ඉවර කරන්න කලින්. අපිට කවුද දවසට වැස්ස නිසා බාධා වුණානේ. කොරෝනා ආරේනේ. ඉතින් කරදර නැති දවසේ ටිකක් වැඩිපුර කරමු. නෑ පොඩි ගණන් දෙක තුනක් අද විනාඩි වෙලා වැටිත් වෙයි. When you use these formula to prove identities, now the only thing to think about is you have 3 formula for cos 2a. And out of 3, you have to decide which one to use. Okay, try this. Okay. නිශ්චිත වෙලාවෙත් මේ දේ ගන්න. Start from left hand side. I'll be equal to sine 2a over 1 minus cos 2a. When you look from left to right, what is the main thing you identify? What is the main thing has happened as you move from left to right? That's what you have to identify. The main thing is 2a angles broken into a. So that's what we have to make happen. Breaking 2a into a. For the top one, sine 2a, we have only one option. For cos 2a, there are three options. There you have to decide what to use. Yeah, 2a disappears. Correct. So to break 2a into a, the numerator we have only one option. 2 sine a cos a divided by 1 minus cos 2a can be replaced by which formula? अपनी formula number बना दो दीजिए 10, 11, 12. Cos 2a 11, 12, 13. Formula 11, 12 or 13 to use here. For cos 2a, 13. Say this only. Yes, the reason is there are two reasons. Two reasons. Number one, you want cot A as the answer. In cot A, the denominator is sine. So one reason to decide that it has to be in sine here. Formula number 13 using sine. There's another reason, Tisangi. Yes, Sandali. Yeah, correct. That's another reason. Here we have a 1 here. This is something we don't need. We don't need this to proceed with. So we have to get rid of this one. To get rid of this one, it is the formula 13. When you write formula 13, 1 minus 2 sine squared a. Here 1 will get cancelled. There are two reasons upon what you decide you can decide the formula. Yeah, several things will get cancelled. No, two things. 2 will get cancelled. So will sine a, leaving cos a over sine a, and this is what we needed. Cot a equals right hand side. ඊළඟ එක කරන්න වැඩි මම හිත දෙන්නම් අලුත් එක. I use another method to get the answer. PSRNE. Another method. PSRNE, you mean this? Another method, I understand. Another method means a long path. Isn't that so? මේක තමයි තියෙන ලේසිම කෙටිම පාර. Hmm? It might have taken a longer time and more work, more effort, more labor. මේක තමයි කෙලින්ම පාර. Because we argue on this thing. You look from left to right, it's basically we see two-way broken into A, right? So that's why we decided to use the two formula. This broken into two sine A plus A, then this to break into A, we have three options, but logically, upon reasons, we decided to use this. Two reasons, we need cot A in the answer. It has to be sine in the denominator. That's one reason to choose this formula. The second reason is we have to get rid of this one. So very logically, we decided what to do here. When a පාරකින් ගියොත් වටේ කැරකිලා එන්න වෙන්නේ. Am I correct, Pesarni? Here also, as you look from left to right, the main thing happened is 2A broken into A. Now we have again several options to break the cos 2A in the numerator, to break cos 2A, replace cos 2A in the denominator. So what's the best thing to do? 1 minus for this cos 2A. Which formula do we use for the numerator cos 2A? Yeah. Which formula for the numerator, which formula for the denominator? Out of 11, 12 and 13. For the numerator and for the denominator. Order එකට දාන්නකෝ. Your answer. Which formula? Cos squared A plus sin squared A කියලා දැම්මා PSRනේ. 13 and 12. Januti Fisengi, yeah, 13 and 12. It's correct. මෙයා කියන්නේ PSRනේ. Okay. Cos squared A plus sin squared A කියලා දැම්මා මේකට. මේකට දානවා එතකොට sorry, cos squared A plus sin squared A, cos squared A minus sin squared A. So cos squared A 2 sin squared A. වෙනවා. හරි. මේකත් ලියා ගන්න. හරි PSR. Better you take down this also. I understand it now. You can do it. Yeah, 13 and 12. You see, 13 is 1 minus 2 sin squared A, because we need tan squared in which the numerator is sin squared. Yeah, to get it in sin squared, we can use this formula. For the denominator, yeah, we need cos, so we use 2 cos squared A minus 1, and at the same time we can get rid of this, we can get rid of the unwanted one here and one here also. So you get 2 sin squared A over 2 cos squared A. So that will be equal to tan squared A. That's right hand side. That's a proof. තව දේවල් තියෙනවා මේ ෆෝමියුලා ටික ගැන ඉගෙන ගන්න. ඒක අනිත් දවසේ කියලා දීලා තව ගණන් හදමු. For the moment for homework, I'll give some selected questions from the exercise. Not all, the whole exercise, because there is one more thing to learn about this formula. The set of formula we learned today. One more thing to discuss about them. ඊළඟ සතියේ ටික කරාම ඔක්කොම ගණන් හදන්න පුළුවන්. Homework. Page 73 exercise. One up to 14, and then you can try this also. Further, now up to 13. Then you can do this also. Sixteen, 18, 19, and 20. Medical 16, 18, 19, 20. From 1 to 13, then 16, 18, 19, 20. Hari? අපි එහෙනම් trigonometry ඔතන ඉඳන් continue කරමු the next day. Then අපි break එකක් ගමු before starting applied maths. දැන් කීයද වෙලාව? 6:58යි 7යි කියමුකෝ. 7යි කාලෙට පටන් ගමු. පොඩක් කම්මැලි නැතුව නැගිටලා අතපය වලවලා පොඩ එක්සර්සයිස් කරලා ඊට පස්සේ තේ බොනවා නම් තේ ටිකක් බීලා මේවා පොඩක් ඇඟේ පතේ හිරි අරගන්න. හොඳ නෑ ළමයි නැත්තම් බෙල්ලට මම හිත ගිය සතියේ කිව්වනේ බෙල්ලට එහෙම ඔයගොල්ලෝ බෙල්ලේ අමාරු කොන්දේ අමාරු ඕවා සමහරුන්ට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා මේ වගේ හරියට කරන්න මම ගිය සතියේ කියලා දුන්නා මම හිතන්නේ මේක ඔක් කරන්න කොන්දේට පොඩ්ඩක් එහෙම දිග අරගන්න මේවා දෙපැත්තට හැරිලා විනාඩි 5ක් එක්සර්සයිස් කරන්න දැන් නැගිටලා ඊට පස්සේ තේ බොනවා නම් ඒවා බීලා ඒක කරලා ලෑස්ති වෙන්න interval from 7 to 7:15. හරි එහෙනම් දැන්ට උතර නවතිමු. මම මේක මයික් එක මියුට් කරනවා මට මතක් කරනවා අයිප් ගන්න. දැන් මම වෙන මයික් එක පාවිච්චි කරනවා. හරි එන්න කට්ටිය. Let's start with applied maths. So last day we started a problem in the tutorial. That's number 8, and we drew the diagram. For first part, I gave you to finish it for homework. So let's see the answer. Cube number 8. Give the diagram. Here is the first particle projected under gravity from a point on the ground. Then after a time capital T, where T is between 0 and U over G. U over G is this. Before that, the particle is projected under gravity. So it's also under gravity. So the graph should be parallel to this. That's there. Also the acceleration is g. We drew this last day. Now I'll complete the diagram. We wrote these things. First of all, this is the instant that they meet. Two particles meet somewhere here at this instant. We marked V1 for this and V2 for this. And minus V3 for this. What else? The time intervals. I'll mark capital T. T1 is the unknown. And these angles, this angle gamma. This diagram we drew last day. This angle delta. Here it is alpha and beta. And these points we identified O, A, B, C, D, D is here, E, F, G, H. And further, we identify these areas. This area is A, this area is A, this small area is B, this part is C, and this part is D. And you are asked to find the time T1 taken by the second particle for the collision. And that's what we are going to find now. The argument we wrote for the two particles to meet, right? For the collision, the requirement is two particles should be at the same point. එක්කෙනෙක් උඩ දානවා, එයා යන අතරේ අනිත් එක්කෙනාට උඩ දානවානේ. පළවෙනි එක්කෙනා ඉඳ හැරලා එනවා, මෙයා උඩ යන ගමන් හැපෙනවා. So for the collision to occur, they have to be at the same point. So displacement of first particle. Particles වලට නම් දීලා තියෙනවා. මෙයා හිරල්ලා නේද? A particle X. First particle is capital X, and the second particle is capital Y. So displacement of the first particle, that is X, equals displacement of Y. Displacement of Y. X, mathematical diyala tineda. Displacement of X, you said this last day, A plus B minus D equals, of the other particle is it is B plus C. B plus C, these things we discussed, and we see that B get cancelled, then we took D to the other side. A equals C plus D, and we said C plus D. C plus D is this parallelogram. C plus D is the area of parallelogram BHGF. Make up the document. The parallelogram BHGF. උතන දෙන ගඟ දා කතා කරන්නේ. Right, area A find පුළුවන් අපිට. Area A, to find area A, it's this trapezium. To find the trapezium, we need the height V1. V1 you can find from this triangle. G equals tan gamma. From that you can find V1. Somewhere here. G equals tan gamma. Tan gamma is u minus v1 over capital T. Capital T is given in the question. So that gives v1 equals u minus gt. So knowing v1, you can easily find the area A. This area A, the trapezium u plus v1 divided by 2 into capital T. U plus v1 divided by 2 into capital T equals this C plus D, we said, is a parallelogram. The area of the parallelogram is, this is the parallelogram. So one side is, we can take this side, u minus v1 into the distance is between two parallel sides. These are the two parallel sides. Distance between them is T1. So distance between two parallel sides is T1. T1 is the unknown, right? T1 is the unknown, and if you substitute for V1, the other things are given. U, capital T are okay, they are given. You substitute for V1, you will get the answer for T1. V1 වලට දාමු. V1 මෙහෙවි. මෙතන U minus GT over U minus GT divided by 2 into T U minus V1. U minus V1 is V1 is U minus GT into T1 2U over 2. මේක මෙහාට ගෙනියමුකෝ. කවන්නේ නැහැ තියෙන්නේ. මෙතන එනවා 2U minus GT over 2 into capital T equals T1. We will find T1. So divide by G, you get T1 equals 2U over 2. 2U over 2 is U minus GT by 2. Dividing by G, you get UOG G capital minus T over 2. And that's the answer. That's what you are asked to show. You have to show that T1 equals this, the time taken by the particle to collide is this. So this is the answer. This first part. අඩු පාඩු දෙනවා හදාගන්න. Ilan mana kan? Part 2.
Speed of two particles.
Speed of two particles just before the collision. Kami kalau pada kini orang lain aku isola. Unfanciful thing. How physical?
Very physics kita kan.
Tidak kini.
Dia physics. Ini mai kada.
Dua tiga tiga.
Sama ini lebih nanti kita perlu seperti
Benda yang ada sama ni sudah tahu. Balik ini. Tapi ni tak ada.
Berhasil membuat kita.
Nah, kan buat barang barang barang. Ni belum Okay, next part is to find the speeds just before the collision. Just before the collision, right? That means at this instant, the speed of two particles. The first particle, the velocity is, this is the first particle, x, velocity of x is minus v3, or speed is v3. Second particle at this instant, velocity is v2, speed is also v2, right? So we want to find v3 and v2. So we want to find v2, and this height we can use g equals tan alpha. දැන් අමාරු නෑ t1 එකක් හොයාගත්තම පස්සේ අනිත් ඒවා අමාරු නෑ මම පොඩ්ඩක් වෙලා දෙන්නම් කරන්න. Now look at this everybody. From this triangle g equals tan delta, you can find v2. And from this triangle, that means DEF triangle, again g equals tan beta, from that you can find v3. And as it's in the answer, you should get the same value for both of them, v2 and v3. විනාඩි කිහිපයක් දෙන්න කරපු නැති යට අක්කල ඉවර කරා. Find v2, find v3, you should get the same value. v2 equals v3, and what is it? අක්කල හරිද? මම වෙලා දෙන්න. නැත්නම් කොපි කරගන්න. Common speed of v2 equals v3 and equals what? Yeah, to find v2 we write g equals tan delta. Tan delta is tan from this triangle. Tan delta is u minus v2. U minus v2 divided by t1. So we want to find v2. v2 equals u minus gt1. For t1 we can substitute from this. t1 make a 1 kilogram. u over g minus t over 2. Substitute from 1. You get like u minus u plus gt over 2. gt over 2 make happen now, so you get like gt over 2. That's what we get for v2. v3 find v3 and you should get the same answer. v3 you find from g equals tan beta. Tan beta. What is it? Tan beta. Height is v3 divided by this length, DE length. What is this DE length? Inna කවුරුද කියන්නේ? කවුරුද කියන්නේ හැමෝම කමන්නේ. What is this DE length? DE length. If I write DE here, what is this DE? කොහොමද පේන නම් දැන් පියසරණී සඳලී දිසංගී ජනති ඔය නම් ටික පේනවා තමයි ඔක්කොම ගෑල් ළමයි. ඕක ලිපිදී ළමයි. විමුතු සචිල හොඳට තියෙනවා. දුලක්ෂ What do you say? Yeah. What is this DE? D then? We want this part. But from here to here, the total distance is T plus T1. From here to O to E, the total distance is capital T plus T1. We want only this. Then from this total distance, you can subtract this O to D. That's U over G. So it is T plus T1 minus U over G. Hmm? That's T plus T1 minus U over G. Again, you can substitute for T1 from this T1. From this T1 is U over G minus T over 2 minus U over G. So this U over G get cancelled, and T minus T over 2, T minus T over 2, that will give T over 2, V3 over T over 2, this minus this. So you get V3 equals, taking this to the other side, you get V3 equals GT over 2. And look at the results we got by now. Here, V2 equals GT over 2. Again, V3 equals GT over 2. Yeah. Make a 3 get around by 2 and 3. By 2 and 3, for both V2 here, V2 and V3, we got the same value, GT over 2. GT over 2, so they are equal and equal to GT over 2. Hmm? From this you get V2 equals V3 equals GT over 2. So you are asked to show that just before the collision, speeds are equal and asked to find that common speed. So this is the complete answer for part 2. හරිනේ? ඊළඟ part එකට යන්නද? Part 3. Without solving tan beta, can't we say both are same since G for both is same? No. G for both, the acceleration is the same, but one then එක වෙලා නෙමෙයි යවන්නේ. Particle X is projected at t equals 0. The other is projected after time t. එකම මේ acceleration එක තිබුණාට එක velocity කියන්න බෑනේ වෙලාවල් දෙකකදී at two instance they are projected. For the collision you can't say the velocity should be the same. We can like raise one argument at the same displacements velocity should be same, but better we don't not do that because for that also they have to be projected at the same position. There are many things. Then you are asked to show or find it, so we find it from the graph. Not in words, we find it mathematically and show. Okay, now go to the next part. Yeah, in short, this is the thing. It looks like, oh, I feel like, so that's not sufficient in mathematics. You have to uh, mathematically show it, prove it. Hmm? Sometimes you can guess things, but that's not sufficient. You have to then formally show. Right, now go to next part. Part 3. What the question? Part 3, we also find displacement of each particle. Now you asked to displacement of two particles, but at the very beginning we said displacements are the same. So you don't have to find separately for the two particles. Okay? You don't have to find the displacement for two particles separate. It's enough you find for either x or y. Displacement of x or displacement of y is sufficient. Which one you find? It's easy to find displacement of x or displacement of y. කොයි එකද හොයන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ? හ්ම්? Which particle? Of which particle you find the displacement? Oh, Ramai, it's easy to find the displacement of x or y. Which one is easy? මොකෝ නින්ද කියලා කට්ටියට. කෑ වැඩිද රැට? හ්ම්? Displacement of x or displacement of y, it's easy to find. At the beginning, we said displacement of x is a plus b minus b. This is displacement of first particle. For the second particle, it is, we said this at the beginning. For the second particle, y displacement is just b plus c. For you, it is for the second particle. It is just b plus c. This trapezium. Hmm? We'll find it for the second particle. That's b plus c. B plus c again. The trapezium u plus v2 divided by 2 into t1. මොකද ළමයි ඒකට උත්තර දුන්නේ නැත්තේ ඉඳ ගියලාද කට්ටියට? හ්ම් u plus v2 divided by 2 into t1. u plus v2 අපි හොවනේ දැන් පොඩ්ඩකට කලින්. v2 තාවේ vto2. Am I correct? Hmm? v2 is this divided by 2 into t1. t1 වලට ආවේ first part. ug minus t over 2. හරිනේ? simplify කරන්න ඕන. මෙතන මේ 2g ගත්තොත් මෙතන එනවා u plus gt. මෙතන එනවා u minus gt. Yeah, take 2g නෙමෙයි. ඔව් මෙතන common denominator එක තමයි 2. මෙතන එන්නේ u plus gt over 4. Here you get 2u plus gt. 2u plus gt over 4. මෙතන එනවා 2u minus gt over 2g. මෙතන එන්නේ difference of squares නේ. 2u plus gt, 2u minus gt. That's 4u squared minus g squared t squared over 8g. When we do u squared over 2g minus gt squared over 8. तीन उत्तर है. and then go to the next part. Vela Deno, you can go to the next part and try it. Here, distance traveled by each particle. What about the second particle? Distance traveled by the second particle. Oh, why? What again can distance traveled by the second particle. Now, in the last part, you asked to find the distance traveled by each particle. So, but when you ask to find the displacement, displacements are the same. It's enough to find the displacement of one of them. But when you ask to find distance traveled by them, each particle, so they are not equal. You have to find them separately. Now, my question is, what about the displacement of the second particle? Why? Oh, කට්ටිය නින්ද ගිල්ලා වගේ. මොකද කියන්නේ විමුතු? ඒ සරණී ඔකෝ නම් මමද වෙලා ගත්ත කොයිද? සඳලි, තිසඟි, යනුති හිටියා නේද කට්ටිය? මොකෝ වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? Displacement of the second particle. You can say anything? Displacement and distance are the same. Yeah. Yes, Chanuti. It's correct. Second particle is going only up, the upward direction. So distance or displacement, there's no difference. So we found the displacement for the second particle. It is this. So the displacement should be the same. This part 4. Displacement of y, the distance traveled by of y equals displacement of y, and we found displacement, it's u squared over 2g minus gt squared over 8. Then distance of the other particle. Distance traveled by the first particle. මොකද වෙන්නේ? ටක්කල කියන්න බලන්න ළමයි. අනිත් කවුරු හරි. Distance traveled by the first particle x. Distance traveled by the first particle. What is it? Distance traveled by the first particle. What do you say? A plus B plus D. Chanuti, correct. Yes, Chanuti, it's correct. A plus B plus D. And did you find it? And you should get the answer. It's given, right? Answer is given. You should get that expression. It is A plus B plus D. A plus B. A plus B is this larger triangle. You can find it at once. A plus B is half U into here. This larger triangle A plus B, half U into U over G. Its base is U over G. Then you will find T this separately. Plus half, it's another triangle, half V3 into this DE. Half V3 into DE. DE මොකද? දැන් චුට්ටට කලින් එවනේ DE. In one of the previous parts we found DE. It is T plus T1 minus U over G. ඒක හෙව්වා එකට ආවේ TO2 ද කොහෙද? කවන්නේ අපි ආයේ ලියමු. DE is T plus T1 minus U over G. මෙතන එනවා U squared over 2G half V3. V3 can GTO2 නේ. මේක මොකද්ද මෙතනට ආවේ TO2 මතකද? හරිනේ. T1 වලට තමයි. So GT squared over දෙක අතර here it is minus and the difference is in this is plus. You are getting attack. Oh, okay. Wickrema tahu ganak mang hata na. Madate kamu. Itu kan kita tanya. මේ ගණන් පැයක් ගියා ගේසත් පටන් ගත්තා. හරි අපි තව එක ගානක් අදමු. අද මේ වැස්සෙන් අහුවෙන් කරදරයක් නැහැ නේ බාධාවක් නැති නිසා මේ පාඩම මෙතනින් ඉවර කරන්න පුළුවන් තව එකක් අදමු. Go to question number 12. Question number 12. Tute. Draw the diagram. Read the question and draw the diagram. එකත් කළා ඉවරයක් කරමු. एक मन ना था नहीं ये माउला दिया पटांगन को डाल ये वीडियो देखा कि इंटरव्यू पास हाँ वीडियो से हम हमारा माइक बॉक्स पर हम एक हम ऑन कर रखा नहीं कैसा लग रहा है चुप है कि समझ रहे हैं समझ रहे हैं इंटरव्यू में हम वीडियो पर බලන්න ඒක ආයෙත් කරලා right draw the diagram for question number 12. Question number 12, draw the diagram. අද පොඩ්ඩක් වෙලා ගමු. අද එහෙන ගන්නේව නැහැ නේ. මේ ඉදිරියේදී කියන්න බෑ අප්‍රේල් මාසේ. කොයි වෙලාවෙක මොනවා වෙයිද කියලා. A balloon is released from rest. That means the balloon starts from velocity 0 and it rises up. It rises up at acceleration, constant acceleration f. So it looks like this. So the balloon then a stone is projected up at speed u. It starts at after time capital T, right? After time capital T, the stone is projected at speed u, projected up. Projecting up, now we drew several diagrams. It will move under gravity. Under gravity, that's deceleration, will be coming down. And there's another key point. There are another key point every word in the question. Hello. ආවා මේ දැන් කො විනාඩි 3-4කට කලින් දැන් මේ පිටත්නේ මේ. එයා අන්තිම නදියන් අතට පිටුක යනවා දුවල මේ දැන් පිටත් මතක්ුනේ නැහැ. ඔව් දැන් ටික එයා හිතන්නේ නැහැ එයා වගේ. දැන් වගේ නරි පාතක්. Right. The key point is you are asked to find an expression for u. This u, the condition is uh, the requirement for stone to touch the balloon. That's the keyword. Touch the balloon. The balloon is going up. The stone is following that, hmm, and touch the balloon. What do you understand by that? Touch the balloon. Hmm? The balloon is rising at acceleration f. That's from t equals 0. T equals 0. At t equals t, the stone is like thrown up. It to hit the balloon. Hit the balloon at some t equals t, or maybe t plus t. Uh, what is the requirement? Not hit the balloon. So touch the balloon. The question is to touch the balloon. What do you understand by that? Touch. මම මේ ගාන හදමු කිව්වේ ඒකයි අද පාඩම ඉවර කරන්න කලින්. The balloon is rising up, the stone is coming behind. So there are three things possible, right? If at some instant, when you are say when they are close to each other, with the balloon, balloon එක ගන්න නෑනේ පෙන්නන්නේ. මේක balloon එක කියලා ඉතින්. This is the balloon. Uh, and this is the stone. When they are close to each other, if the speed velocity of the balloon is greater than that of the stone, right, when they are close to each other, velocity of this one is greater than this, then they will get apart. The stone will never be able to technically saying meet the balloon, right? And that's one possibility. They are not meeting at all. Second possibility is once they are close to each other, velocity of the balloon, velocity of the stone is greater than this. Velocity of the stone is greater than velocity of the balloon. Balloon is going up. This is getting closer at a greater speed. එතකොට මොකද වෙන්නේ? මෙයා හිමින් හිමින් යනවා මෙයා හයියෙන් යනවා. Then they will it will collide or it will hit the balloon. There will be some impact if the velocity of the stone is greater than the balloon when they are close to each other, right? But if the question is not that or this, they say the balloon, the stone touches the balloon. What do you understand by that? The stone touches the balloon. What do you understand by that? That means the third possibility, requirement to touch, just touch. That means මෙයාගේ ස්පීඩ් එක වැඩි වෙවි යනවා. මෙයාගේ අඩු වෙවි යන්නේ. When they are close to each other, to touch, the speeds have to be, or the velocities in fact, has to be the same. හයියෙන් යනවත් නෙමෙයි හිමින් යනවත් නෙමෙයි. යාන්තම් ටච් වෙනවා කියන්නේ චුට්ටක් ගියා නම් ටච් they will never meet. That right? You are given that the stone touches the balloon, then it should happen when velocities are same velocity. Yes, beautiful. When the velocities are equal. So it should happen at this instant. To touch. මම ඕකටයි ගාන දුන්නේ. If they touch, it should happen at this instant. That's one thing. That's one thing, and there is another to consider. Think about in this. After a time t projected, say they meet after another time t1. We want to get an expression for you. So we will then the argument name these points. And if you want, we might need this also. Some V1 angle alpha to beta. Oh no. Look at the way. And look at the expression that we need. We need to show that u equals f plus square root of e square plus f square into whole thing into capital T. This is the second thing. Look at this. Seeing something like this should come into your mind. Something. What is it? This reminds you, we want to get some expression like this. What does that remind you? කොහෙන්ද මේ වගේ එකක් එන්නේ? Appears from something like this might appear from. Now you have enough experience. To get an expression like this for you, it should come through what? Pen on. With the square root plus f. The formula minus b plus or minus square root of a quadratic equation. Yes, Dulakshan. Yes, exactly. That means before the answer, we need a quadratic equation of u. Yeah, that's the target. To get a quadratic equation of u. We need to get a quadratic equation of u ultimately. මම චුට්ටක් වෙලා දෙන්න කරගෙන යන්න. So the main argument is for them to meet, they are starting at the same point. Same point to meet again, the displacements should be the same. And to touch, the velocity should also be the same. Velocity should be the same. The other is another argument. To touch, displacement of the balloon should be equal to displacement of stone. For the balloon is area OED. Should be equal to, for the stone, BCDE. OED. OED is half the base into the height. Base into the height equals area of the trapezium u plus v1 divided by 2 into t1. Expand, you get v1t plus v1 t1 equals ut1 plus v1 t1. This v1 t1 gets cancelled. It gets cancelled. You get finally here a nice equation. v1t equals ut1. And finally, we want to find u. That means capital T is okay, it has to be there. But F simple G should come into this. We don't need V1 and T1. We don't need V1 and T1. Instead, appear F and G. So we have to find V1 and T1 and substitute in this. Now to get the equations of V1 and T1, you can get one from this. G equals G equals tan alpha. Tan alpha is u minus v1 over t1. This gives v1 equals u minus gt1. And another equation we can take from this, f equals tan beta from this larger triangle. Yeah. And that gives tan beta equals v1 over t plus t1. v1 equals ft plus ft1. That's equation number 3. This is equation number 2. We can subtract these two. Subtract these two and get rid of v1, then you will be able to find t1 to substitute here. find T1 and V1, substituting this. That's all we have to do by now. Subtract, you can get rid of V1, 3 minus 2, V1 will cancel off. You get Ft minus U, then T1 is common to these two, take it out, T1 taken out, F plus G. So you get T1 equals U minus Ft over G plus F. So we found T1. We found T1. Next to find V1. मैं देखें Ti करूँ. To find V1, we have to get rid of T1 from these two. Multiply this by G, this by F, and add T1 will disappear. 3 into G, 2 into F. This will disappear. Take V1 out. This by F, this by G, add, you get G plus F. On the other side, this will get cancelled. This multiplied by G. So GFT plus this multiplied by G. No, 2 multiplied by F, UF. B equals UF plus GFT divided by G plus F. Substitute this in 1. Now for V1 and T1, we can substitute from these two. V1 is maker. So you get a quadratic equation like this: u squared minus 2fu minus bft squared equals 0. I get a quadratic equation like this. Balan lama oka avada kiyala. මේ කාවත ළමයි දුලක්ෂ විමුතු ජනුති සඳලි පියසරණි මොකද උනේ? Do you get this quadratic equation? මෙතන නිකන් ආවද? This quadratic equation. We were looking for a quadratic equation of u, and this is what we got as the quadratic equation. මොකදනේ ළමයි තාම කරනවද? ආවේ නැද්ද ඔබ? මොකදනේ ළමයි? Anybody get that quadratic equation or not? හරි මම නිකන් මේ ගන්න හදලා දාන්නම්. ඊටු ටික ඔයගොල්ලන් පස්සේ නම් බලා ගන්න පුළුවන් නේ. night time data හරි දාගෙන. නේද ඊටු ටික? I will work it out. You do it your way. copy කරන්න ඕනේ. You do it your way. රෑ වුණ නිසා මම නිකන් මගේ answer එක ලියලා දාන්නම් නා. No problem. You can do it. I got a quadratic equation and I'm going to solve it using the formula. මම ලියන එක බලන්න ඕනෙත් නැහැ. ඔයගොල්ලෝ ගන්න විදියට කරගන්න. පස්සේ හරි බලා ගන්න. අඩුපාඩු ටික. minus b plus or minus square root of b square squaring this 4x square a square minus 4ac minus 4a is 1 sees this with this minus we change to plus eft squared divided by 2a 2 times a is 1 and you see that 2 is common everywhere. You can divide everything by 2 and t square is common to this. Here also you can take a capital T out of everything. Out of everything, taking t out, you get like f plus or minus within root t square gone out, f square plus t square gone out, gf. Okay, that's the answer we wanted, but the thing is there is minus. With minus here, the whole thing will become negative. What is inside? the brackets will become negative. So you can't let it happen. So we have to reject this minus 1. But u has to be positive. Therefore, u equals t එක මම අනිත් පැත්තෙන් ලියන්නම් f plus square root of f squared plus bf. That is the answer. මම විනාඩි 5ක් දෙන්න. ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඉවරයක් කරගන්න බලන්න. මේ කොපි කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. අනිම කරන් මම විනාඩි 5ක් දෙන්න. එහෙනම් ළමයි shall we finish the class today? So you can if there is any problem, you can again watch this. Hmm? Use nighttime data, and you can correct. Okay. And for homework, you have to do all the past papers from 2000 to 2010. After 2010, for the moment, don't touch them, because after 2010, they have in most of the problems, they have connected the problem with other things, efficacy, police, wages, those things also. එතකොට අපි මේ පාඩම් කරපු දවසට පුළුවන් ඒවා කරන්න, right? And the other thing is, so we have finished this VT graphs, that's enough. Now from next lesson, we will start vectors. Vectors coming under statics. Here we have done dynamics for months. Next we are going to start statics. So take a new book for that, right? New exercise book for that, for applied maths. අනිත් එක මට දැනට අදහසක් තියෙනවා to speak to your parents on 11th, right? I'll arrange an online meeting on 11th in the night, say around from 8:30 to 9:30, 8 to 9 maybe. මං පස්සේ දෙන්න දෙන්න. ඔයගොල්ලෝ parents ලා කියලා තියන්න 11th Sunday රෑ 8 ඉඳන් 9ට වගේ ලෑස්තිලා ඉන්න කියන්නකො, වෙන වැඩ දාගන්න නැතුව. ඔයගොල්ලෝගේ මේ අනාගත වැඩ පිළිවෙල සාකච්ඡා කරන්න. හරි? දැන් රටේ තත්ත්වය පොඩ්ඩක් පොඩ වෙනස් වෙච්ච නිසා ඔයගොල්ලෝගේ දෙමාපියන්ගේ අදහස් අරගෙන ඔයගොල්ලෝගේ අදහස් අරගෙන මම මොනාරි වැඩ පිළිවෙලක් හදන්න. එහෙනම් අද දොතරින් නවතිමුනමයි. ඔයගොල්ලෝ හැමෝටම good night.